theory and practice of human rights so that we can get the people.
That's fine.
If it's okay. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. I know that it's after lunchtime, so we will try to be short, concrete, inspiring. So we will not lose chairs. Just think. Okay, so human rights for internet users. A few years ago, internet was not considered relevant for human rights. If someone or civil society was trying to advocate and saying that internet's rights are human rights, and that human rights are everywhere, and we need a framework, and we need to look at internet and ICTs from this perspective and lenses, were just the usual. They want always to bring their issue, they want always to bring the troubles. But it's been a long way, and in the last 2-3 years, have been very important decision and statement regarding the relevance of internet rights as human rights in different fields, not only about the massive surveillance, not only about the privacy, but so many. So since we're going to talk around realities that we have in the region, I think it's due, being coming from Bosnia, to just tell some of the little things that happen in some of our country. So I think that at the stage, the podium has to go to Macedonia with the scandal of mass surveillance, 20,000 citizens. So, and all the protests that are happening. And yesterday seems a decision, a sort of agreement, but there are a lot of concern. So Macedonia, internet rights activists, and the target to the freedom of expression that is spreading all around. Serbia had also several issues during the last floods, different issue of censorship, several issues of bloggers bring to jail because they were agitating and creating troubles. Bosnia and Herzegovina, a recent law on public order that is saying, defining internet as a public space, a space where if I tweet, I can be responsible because I can generate troubles. So these are 3 examples from 3 countries. The Southeast Europe is wider, but just to understand how the practical impact on people's lives is there, is every day, and doesn't just touch the important people, but just touch any single citizen or person that try to advocate and to do something. To do not forget, internet is a place of violence against girls, against women. Anytime you try to do something or to say something, former partner will try to revenge using hacking your Facebook account to make sure that you will not find a job, that you will not get maybe the children custody and so on. So this is a bit of reality, but I think it's important to listen from our speaker. I would like to invite Elvana Taci to have an overview from the Council of Europe, which has provided several frameworks. I think it's important to have a common framework, so we start from the theoretical approach that maybe we can use in our challenge realities.
Thank you, Valentina. I don't know if you can hear me. Yes.
Also, thanks for having me in the panel. We are getting the gender balance more and more right, I think, in the panels. Thanks for that. I'm going to talk mostly about the Council of Europe's guide on human rights for internet users, how we developed this document, what was the rationale for it, and what does it contain. But before I do that, I will just start where you started, Valentina, with the statement that human rights don't apply to the internet, and not many people know that human rights apply to the internet, and that there is no human rights law applicable to the internet. This statement has been circulating indeed for a long time around, but it's so unfounded and it's so untrue. There is at least the European Convention on Human Rights, which is fully applicable to the internet, and it applies in the same way as it does to the offline, to the physical environment. So, the guide. The reflection in the Council of Europe before we embarked in the process of developing the guide was that in real life, users are not aware of their rights on the internet. They are not aware what are their fundamental freedoms on the internet, what are the limits to their freedoms, and when can these freedoms be legitimately constrained. The reflection was that basically these rights and freedoms are being governed by the contracts, the terms of services of internet providers, and users, by just clicking and accepting the terms of services, were basically giving away some of their rights without understanding what they were doing. Users also didn't, even in those few cases when users knew what their rights were, they were not able to understand where to go if they felt that their rights had been violated. So this was the reflection that triggered the idea to work on human rights of internet users. We cooperated very closely with the dynamic coalition of the Internet Governance Forum on Rights and Principles. This was a constellation of NGOs, of people, if you will, a gathering, a loose, not formalized gathering of people and NGOs who had developed a charter of rights and principles for the internet. So this was also an inspiration for our work. Then, in the Council of Europe, we got a mandate from the ministers, from the Committee of Ministers, which is the highest decision-making body of the organization, to develop a compendium of existing human rights for internet users. We created an expert committee, which was in design, it was multi-stakeholder, as it had 7 representatives of member states and 6 independent experts who came from civil society, from private sector, but mostly from civil society. We worked for 2 years to develop the guide, and we had various rounds of consultations with people outside of the committee. We posted the drafts online. We consulted in fora such as this one, in EuroDIG and the Internet Governance Forum. We collected comments and we tried to integrate them into the text. The guide was adopted by the governments, by the 47 governments in April 2014. Now, as to the substance, what is the guide? It has been designed as a tool to help internet users to understand their rights and freedoms online and to exercise their rights and freedoms online. It provides information on how international human rights law, especially the European Convention on Human Rights, but also other sub-statutory, if you will, standards of the Council of Europe apply to the internet. It has two purposes: to raise the awareness of users, as I said, about human rights and fundamental freedoms, but also to serve as a reference point, as a reference document for activities at a national level, at a regional level, or activities such as this one, to inspire discussions and thinking and dialogue at a national level. The nature of the document is such that it does not create any new rights, it explains existing rights. For example, access to the internet, whether this is a right or not, I'll come to that a bit later. We didn't think that this should be stated as a right in the document because there is no international consensus yet or national consensus in every state. The document is written in a very user-friendly language. It is simple. It's trying to explain the legal intricacies of international human rights law and other standards in a very simple and digestible format for the user. It has a couple of sections starting with access to the internet, and here I'd like to stop for a while. As I said, there was no consensus to consider this as a fundamental right standing on its own, but rather as an enabler for the exercise of other fundamental rights and freedoms, such as access to information, freedom of expression, freedom of thought as well, freedom of assembly and association, freedom of religion, the right to vote. So all these rights can be enabled by access to the internet. So we didn't assert a right to access the internet as a technology, but there the guide emphasizes the role of the state not to interfere with access, not to disconnect users from the internet, for example, for an infringement of intellectual property or whatever infringement might be deemed necessary, simply because disconnection from the internet, in any case, it is disproportionate. Is a disproportionate interference with freedom of expression and other fundamental rights and freedoms. The section on access to the internet also emphasizes the non-discriminatory aspects. It states that everyone should be able to access the internet equally without distinction, without discrimination based on gender, on location, on disability. People who have disabilities should be also able to access the internet. In respect of freedom of expression, here the emphasis is on informing the user about the balance between freedom of speech, freedom to create, to post, to use content online, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, the responsibility of users not to engage in unlawful speech, such as hate speech or unlawful or distribution of unlawful content. The guide also informs the user about blocking and filtering as two ways of interfering with access to information and freedom of expression, the limits for these two measures to be taken, and that these measures should comply with international law whenever they are applied either by state or non-state actors. In respect of freedom of association, the guide informs the user about the ability to use any application, any website, any ICT to associate with others, to organize a gathering, a protest, a peaceful protest, to organize a party, to engage, to create a trade union or whichever form of association without enumerating them in an exhaustive way. Privacy is also a central section of the guide. The guide on this aspect raises users' awareness that every activity that they carry online basically leaves some traces on the internet, and there is disclosure of personal information about personal lives, about preferences, about convictions, even political convictions. So users should be aware that they leave traces about all these aspects which can be used to create profiles for them, and then they don't know how these profiles are going to be used for or against them. Also, the users are informed about their right to request a correction or deletion of personal information when they think that the legal requirements for collecting and processing their data have not been respected. There is a section on the right to education and information and digital literacy, which is also very important. And there, this section focuses on the ability of users to use research materials for education purposes. There is a very targeted section on the rights of children and young people. This is very specific because it really addresses an age group that has specific needs. And it's drafted, it's written in a very simple way. This section informs the users about the right, not only the right to be protected from harmful activities such as child pornography or bullying or harassment or other intimidation or other harmful activities, but also empowerment of children. Their right to participate, to express their views, and their right to be heard whenever a decision is taken that will affect them. In the last section, we elaborate on the right to an effective remedy. So, if all these rights have been, which I just went through very quickly, have been violated, or if a user considers that they have been violated, the user should be able to address the internet company first of all and to seek redress. And there should be a process, a due process in this interaction between the user and the company. In addition, the user should be able to address national authorities to seek redress if there has been a failure in the previous process. The guide also, not in its text that was adopted, but there is a report which explains all the details of the guide, encourages the creation of inventories of remedies at a national level on a country-by-country basis, and the publication of this inventory so that people know which is the data protection authority, for example, to address, what is the address, what is the physical location, what is the email address whereby they can be contacted. Is there a hotline, for example, to protect children and children's rights? So this is the approach that has been encouraged to create inventories of effective of remedies offered at the national level. Now, this is the text of the guide. Unfortunately, we are not able to make it available today, but tomorrow it will be available in the Council of Europe stand. It has been translated into 10 languages. I don't have the list with me now, but please visit the Council of Europe stand and you'll see it there. We are now developing an action plan to promote the guide in our 47 member states. There are already some activities going on. For example, children in Spain, they have developed their own version, their own interpretation of the guide, and this has been published. There will be follow-up activities. I don't have the specifics, but I have a colleague sitting over there who can provide you more details and can answer any questions if there will be. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So very comprehensive. And you have seen like users have a dual citizenship because they're citizens of their country and they are also citizens of the internet. So George Dimitrov, Internet Law and Foundation in Bulgaria, how is to be from the side of law to be citizens of these two places?
I'd like to stand up. I know it's very difficult for everyone after the lunch to stay awake. It's even more challenging for the speakers to stay awake, but not only stay awake, for a lawyer it's even more challenging because to speak only 10 minutes for a lawyer, it's a torture. But I will try to be very, very short. I would like to give you, to shake a little bit the tree and to give you some point of view on the internet with the glasses of a lawyer. And because the internet as a new realm comes with so many new relations in the society that I would like to put a question to you, whether the society is ready. Should it regulate the relations in internet or by using internet? And to what extent the use of internet may hamper, may infringe the human rights? So a part of access to information, privacy, etc., of which Alvana spoke about, I will just give you some very practical issues to put your attention on these. And if there would be interest, we can discuss these, of course. Let's take very simple instruments that we use every day in our work. For example, spam filters. You know, spam filters, if I say these words, everyone knows what spam filters mean. I mean, without the spam filters, we are dead. You know, I don't know about you, but the statistics shows that a Gmail account, which is of 3 years, will receive between 600 and 800 spams per day. Without the spam filter, it will take a huge amount of time just to review that the message is a spam and to delete it, at least 5 to 10 seconds. 600 messages by 10 seconds, I don't want to calculate how much time. It is more than 1.5 hours per day, or more than 15% of the time of people, each one of us, to read spam messages and to delete. I mean, just one of these. The overall eaten amount of the time which people would otherwise work to generate GDP for the country, it is huge. It affects a lot the society. So without the spam filters, we cannot imagine even our life. I cannot imagine mine. But how do spam filters work? Have you ever tried to, do you have any idea? Well, most of them, of course, they employ different techniques, but the most relevant technique is to filter the message based on different words. Say, I will give an example because it's a very practical example. If you put, and you can try it, of course, everyone can try it. If you put 3 words, Viagra, sex, and girl, these particular 3 words, and send the message to 100 people, 60% will not receive this message. It will be filtered as a spam. Now I will take a look with the eyes of the lawyer and say, who gives the right of someone to filter my message, which may have very sensitive information addressed to my girlfriend? Hey girl, I have bought Viagra, and tonight, you know, who gives the right? Are you happy with someone to filter your messages based on content? Do you know that even technologically in automated regime, based on different words, with 90%, someone can guess what is the content of the message. The content of the message. So if we turn to the Declaration of Human Rights or the European Convention of Human Rights, right of privacy of communication is a must. No one can reveal the secrecy of the message. The chances of revealing the secrecy, even working in automated regime, is much higher than if it is not, it's made by hand, because most of the messages are stored in folders, you know, spam folders, which usually the system administrators, they review. So who gives the right? You will say that, of course, I give a right. Well, I install my spam filter. I give a consent that spam filter is installed in my mailbox. But does the sender has given his consent? So it is a very questionable whether the spam filter is illegal at all. At all. It's a technical instrument. We cannot live without it. But is it legal? Does it affect human rights? Can a spam filter a message which is not a spam? Are they a panacea? Are they work all the time 100% through spam filters? They may, and this happens many times with me. I don't know about you, but I'm sure it is the same the case. When a solicited message is filtered as a spam. And if this message is, for example, as a lawyer, I can deliver a message to the government, or I deliver a message to my client, which I fulfill my obligations, my duties under the contract. Can this spam filter hamper my relation between my client, which is purely obligation, contractual relation? This is a rhetorical question. I'm sure that everyone would agree that it might. And in all the jurisdiction, whatever I have read, there is a general rule saying that no one can intentionally hamper the relation between, contractual relation between two people to be fulfilled. So I just give let's say give rise to some thoughts about the legality of different technical instruments. Same refers to the block list, or the so-called blacklist. You know how blacklist work? If, for example, you are identified as a spammer, your IP address is blocked, and no emails you can receive, nor you can send any emails whatsoever. Even there is a whole technology, protocols based on so-called DNSBL protocol. These are servers which sync information between different blacklists so that everyone can block your messages. And I will give you a very practical example with my own experience. In the past, our domain name at DPC of our law firm was hosted by another mail server which was at lex.bg. It's another public mail server which everyone could open free mail account. They have the same IP address. And one of the users of @lex.bg has spammed everyone. Of course, the IP address of lex.bg was blocked. And our law firm, which has nothing to do with lex.bg, stopped receiving any communication. Can you imagine for the business of a firm, someone just to stop the messages to you and from you? It's a nightmare. My hands are shaking. You know, it was unbelievable problem. We lost clients. Please convince your client that you have sent the message on time. I have sent it. He said, yeah, you have sent it, of course. I mean, no one will believe you. So practically, you know how long it takes to be taken out of blacklist? It's a nightmare. It took more than three months to be with all notary notices and legal, you know, tricks to be taken out of all the spam filters, whatever they are. Believe me, spam filters, they do absolutely the same. They may hamper relations, they may impede, they may infringe your rights. The rights to information, secrecy of information. They may influence the relations between parties, legal relations between parties, and it's not regulated. Does, I ask a question because I know the answer, but you know also the answer. Is the society, does the state needs to regulate these issues?
Okay,
or they shouldn't?
Let's, before to go to the state, let's listen from Bogdan Manolea what the tech community says. Maybe it was by technology. Maybe there are better places.
I don't know if the tech community says, but I would answer no, actually, to your question. Despite your not blocking or blocking spam filters, but actually we run blocking spam filters, and without it you would be lost. And you can also argue that because of your personal data, your email is a personal data, and it shouldn't be used for hundreds of companies to send you thousands of unsolicited emails. So it's a very complete solution. But as long as you give the tool to the user and the user is well aware of that, I think you solve most of the problem. But because we're part of a digital civil rights organization, I wanted to tackle a bit differently the issue of human rights in information society, because we all love the nice words from the human rights treaties and from the human rights guides that are produced by the Council of Europe. But they have one major problem. That is, they are recommendations, unfortunately. So that means that a lot of the member states adopt them very quickly. They are very happy with them because they can say, yes, we protect human rights on the internet, and they then go home and they do nothing to protect the human rights on the internet. So, and you see in all the case law of the European Court of Human Rights that there are more and more cases being brought to this court. And by the way, we're eagerly expecting for the Delphi solution by the grand jury of the European Court of Human Rights. So I think we need to shift a bit the discussion from theoretical to practical issues. And I will give you a practical situation that happened in Romania like 3 weeks ago. It's the most recent case, just to highlight how complicated the situation might be and why we should think about it. So we all talked about, and the European Commission talks about free access to the internet, that anyone needs to have access to the internet. But what kind of internet are we offering? Is it an internet which is filtered by someone, or is it an internet which actually has all the content that should be there? And where do you place the middlemen, so the hosting companies or other companies? And this example goes with a major classifieds website where you can post announcements. And you can post announcements of everything, like selling cars to selling whatever you want. And they also have a newspaper. And by the way, they have one section that is related to how do you call that? Let's say matrimonial services. But in the matrimonial services, they had a subsection called partners, where anyone could say, you know, I'm looking for a partner, so on and so forth. And there were also some ladies and also men who were offering services to other persons. So they had a lot of classifieds related to that. Now, they were just hosting the classifieds. You could do that automatically. They would appear on the website. And in Romania now, prostitution is a misdemeanor, so it's not a crime. But aiding to do prostitution is a crime. So these guys have done that from 1990. They did it on paper, and now they are doing also on the internet. And one day they received an unexpected criminal police investigation in their 18 offices, all at the same time. So police bumping in, telling them that we need to investigate your computers because you are helping a network of people that are actually helping prostitutes to go on. And they said, why do you want to do that with us? I mean, we've already cooperated with police. We already gave you the details of the people who posted announcements if you asked us legally to do so. And they said, no, you're responsible for that, so then you need to do that and you need to give us all the information. So, of course, they gave the information, but they also are now accused from a criminal point of view. So you have the company, which is criminally liable now in Romania, but also the two people that were working in the company that are criminally charged with aiding prostitution, which is for them like, why do you want to keep us? And to make even things worse, then you get to the court, and the prosecutor asked for the court to block that specific subsection of the website. So, of course, and the court says, yes, you need to block the subsection of the website. Of course, the company says, yes, we'll block it. So the subsection partners in the matrimonial section does not exist anymore. What happens? Well, all the ads are moving to a different section. Another announcements. I mean, you don't solve the problem in this way. And these are the practical things that need to be taught on a wide area of professionals, and not only professionals, so starting with internet users and ending up with judges, to understand that internet is not like a newspaper. It's not something where you can say, yes, you can stop that, you can stop the print, you can get all the copies, and so on and so forth. It's actually much more complicated from this point of view. And it also shows you that, that these kind of cases appear more and more often. Especially in the area of freedom of expression, which is also this case, it brings interesting questions to where is the limit of what you can publish and what you cannot publish, and what is the responsibility of you as the hoster of the message, or you as the poster of the message, which make things much very complicated on a practical level.
Thank you. Any comment? Anyone that want to jump in Otherwise, I would like to listen from Rade Dragovic when the state should come in, or how the state or a public institution are called to defend human rights, to balance human rights, to be part of the conversation.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am glad that I'm here in Sofia on EuroDIG conference and that I have a possibility to speak about this important subject with you today. I am first time in Sofia, and very nice people and very, very beautiful city. Over the past 30 years, the internet has brought together over 2 billion people worldwide and has influenced all spheres of social, economics, and political life faster and in a more profound way than any other technology up to date. It has truly become the backbone of the modern society and its critical infrastructure. With millions of new users getting online each day and with increased usage of internet on mobile platforms, the influence of internet and its importance continues to grow. Countries of our region have an obligation to support human rights on the basis of various United Nations conventions and conventions from Council of Europe. Countries in the region generally have adopted laws on electronic communications, privacy, and access to information in line with European Union regulation. However, the implementation of these regulations vary from country to country, and the major problem is that in practice it is very hard to enforce the law in question. This does not apply only to the executive institutions, but also the judiciary ones, due to very slow procedures as evidenced by numerous judgments of the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg. We see more attempts of political parties, tycoons, and criminal circles to indirectly control or directly by the public discourse via bots, online media, by targeting campaigns, etc. Access to information on international level has been for a long period of time recognized as the basic human rights. And on the other hand, the digital world, primarily the governmental administration, they have the opportunity to help its usage in practice. The e-government is the best and the most transparent way to enable human rights of citizens doing business and to enable the government itself to function better. So, Serbian institutional framework is, then we have National Assembly and the Committee of Education, Science, Technological Development and the Information Society. Second level is governmental level, and we have Directorate for e-government inside Ministry of Public Administration and Local Self-Government. We have Department for Information Society in the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunication, and inside the Ministry of Interior we have Department for Information Technology that is development with development role, but we have and the Department for High-Tech Crime. That's the Department for supporting investigations. And we have other government bodies, Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, Regulatory Agency for Electronic Communications, our future official CERT, during ongoing government multi-ministerial work group for the preparation of law about information security. We have Commissioner for Information of Public Importance and Personal Data Protection, departments for information technology inside the governmental bodies. Third level or third pillar is judiciary. We have special prosecutor for high-tech crime, and on the court level we have department for the fight against high-tech crime in High Court in Belgrade. That's the first level. And second level is appellate court in Belgrade, jurisdiction on second level. So NGO, like our next pillar, NGO like citizen organized, but NGO by business organized, like Chamber of Commerce and other business-based organizations, then significantly contribute to the analyze of the actual situation and experience of other countries in this area. So our vision is then for successful future development of e-government and human rights for internet users. We need to resist the pressure of e-bureaucracy and influence on other non-human rights based interest groups, and insist on mandatory documents, laws, bylaws, standards and procedures in the same timeline with progress of internet technologies.
It's a very comprehensive approach. I don't know if for the other countries, what is the experience? Are your countries also having all this system in play now? How easy is for internet user and citizen to approach it and to use? I know that in Bosnia we are just moving probably the first steps. It's not still so sophisticated, the system. Any comment from the, yes? No, sorry, okay. Okay, so if there are no comments, we have listened to many stories from Southeast Europe. So Chris Sherwood, Allegro Group, Belgium. What do you do in these internet realities?
Thank you. So I am not a human rights expert, and although I live in Belgium, my company is not active in Belgium, but in Central and Eastern Europe. So I can comment not as an expert on human rights, but from an industry perspective on what's being said. My company represents some of the leading e-commerce businesses in Southeastern Europe, including EMAG, OLX, Autovit, and PayU in Romania, and Compar. EMAG in Bulgaria, OLX in Bosnia, and Marcafoni in Turkey. I think it's important to when we think about human rights and companies and how they act in this space, it's important to look at the two major frameworks which exist. The first one is, of course, the Council of Europe framework with the ECHR as the backup. And then, of course, you have the European Union framework. And I think the interesting thing about the European Union framework is that it goes further and implements some of the Council of Europe principles into economic and other policy instruments and legislation in a way that Council of Europe is unable to do. This European Union framework is, of course, of huge importance to European Union member states, but also to candidate countries, which accounts for most of this region. Of course, the reality is that case law and legislative experience in the area of human rights is a little bit longer in Western Europe because of the more recent changes in the government system in Central and Eastern Europe. Well, that's obviously a generalization, but I think there's some truth in that. And therefore, Central and East European governments and institutions and civil society are newer and somewhat less experienced. And there's a need for better organization and more dialogue. I'm thinking here not just of governments actually and NGOs, but actually of industry as well. I think industry in our region in Central and Eastern Europe is particularly poorly organized, and doesn't really have a tradition of dialogue with government about human rights or any other type of policy. And I think that's a problem which needs to be addressed. I would point to one or two really key elements of the European Union framework, which are, I think, very important for human rights, and they've been touched on here in the discussions already, which is the intermediary liability regime, which is in the e-commerce directive in the EU framework, and of course net neutrality. More specifically to do with Central and Eastern Europe and Southeastern Europe, I think there's actually some really interesting potential here in the area of human rights, which is linked to the potential for technological leapfrogging, because Central and Eastern Europe have been able already to leapfrog Western Europe in certain areas of technology development with high-speed mobile networks, for example, and leaving behind technologies like maybe GPRS and moving straight to 3G, for example. And I think it's possible to imagine that this region could also leapfrog Western Europe in terms of the application of human rights principles to new technology as well. When we think of human rights in industry, we like to think not just of freedom of speech and privacy, but of all human rights. And I think it's very important to remember that human rights are not absolute. They all tend to balance and compete against each other. And sometimes your right to freedom of expression needs to be balanced against your right to security, or your right to employment or work, or your right to membership of a labor union, for example. So when we think of human rights, we as entrepreneurs, we're members of society like everybody else, and so we have basic notions of what human rights are, but we aren't courts or NGOs, and we don't think about human rights every day. So we need help, essentially, to be responsible players. What we can do is provide analysis for policymakers about what the impact of particular rules might be in terms of human rights rules on business, and that obviously has an impact itself on human rights. So one example might be the European Union's draft regulation on data protection, which has a huge emphasis on explicit consent for the use of personal data. And the way it's been drafted, which is by privacy lawyers and not by people with experience of compliance in business, will end up incentivizing companies to collect more data and to have a registration and login model for their consumers online, because that's the legally compliant way of doing it. It's actually less private than it would otherwise be. So that's the kind of thing that we can do, is advise governments about that. I just wanted to come back very quickly on one of the very early comments made by Ilana about users giving away some of their rights through terms of service. I'm not a lawyer, but it strikes me that that's probably legally wrong, isn't it? I mean, users' rights exist in the law and in things like the Convention and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and there's nothing that you can do in your terms of service which will take those rights away, right? I think what you're saying is that users make contractual commitments through terms of service, which they may or may not be aware of, which I recognize as a problem. But we mustn't also forget that terms of service are there to protect the businesses and allow them to defend their own rights. And so, for example, if you had an online marketplace which was selling physical goods online, I think it's within your rights to prevent the use of that platform for social networking, which would result in prostitution, for example. So that's something which I think is a legitimate objective of terms of service, which is not really taking away anybody's rights in a legal sense.
Okay, Bogdan or Elvana, do you want to answer?
You know, just to mention on the last point, actually that's part of the discussion, because talking with an NGO that deals with, and this is the political work, it's sexual workers, not prostitutes, I just remembered.
Thank you.
So he says, yes, we have the right, they have the right to promote their own services as long as they are not illegal. So yes, there is a thing there if such a marketplace should allow or should not allow a message that is in the limits of the freedom of speech. And I agree, it's a very complicated one. By the way, in the case that I was mentioning about, they had no limitation in place through the terms of service.
Okay. Bogdan, Elvana, and then Bogdan.
Yes, thank you. When I say that users are giving away their rights by clicking on the OK on the terms of services, I mean that this really becomes the law of the relationship between, this governs the relationship between the user and the internet service provider or the company, the user and other users, the users and the authorities. And in a way, this seems to prevail over human rights law. But the principle of international human rights law is that, in fact, international human rights law prevails over any contractual arrangements. This is the principle. And the users are not aware of this when they are signing up to these services and agreeing to the terms of services. This is what I mean when I said giving away your rights. For example, privacy. Privacy is really the right in question here. All the data that Facebook owns about its users, really it's the law of Facebook that prevails over personal data that are put by users there. And we are having a very hard time trying to enforce privacy laws in that space or whichever other space. Thanks.
Before to
just to share some thoughts about the issues of giving rights by contractual relations. And what Chris says, it's not that simple. It's not that simple at all. Why? Because many times, nor the users, nor the businesses might act in a way that human rights and privacy rights can be infringed. I will give an example. This is a new realm which, for example, Facebook or other social networks gives. For example, if you tag yourself 3 times on Facebook that you are next to one area, particular area, you agree to share this information with other people. But what if this area is next to an oncological hospital? New personal data can be collected and not the one that you have given consent of being shared with the other people. For example, if you share information that 3 months or 3 times in 1 year you've been to very exotic places in the world, would the tax authorities be interested to know that you have enough income? Would the agent, the tour operators will be interested to know that you're a potential client? So many new data, personal data, can be processed and gathered for which you have never given a consent to be processed. So the European Commission does not have an answer to this question, nor the Council of Europe, nor anyone for the time being, because the way that internet can be used and the services in internet can be used, they overcome the normal, the known conventional way of regulating human rights. And that's what I'm saying, that it requires a different approach. It requires new approach.
Okay, Bogdan, just one sec. Before consent, make user really aware and make easy for user. Consent is a very strong word, but a consent is not a real consent when you click the box and from the other side they can change the term of reference, but you cannot revise. So yeah, they inform you. But if you revise, if you decide not to agree, you just leave the space. Your data stay in a way or another. So it's not really a true consent, and user usually do not read all these things that are not written in a human readable kind of way. Bogdan.
It's in a lawyer readable hard way. So yes, you're right. That is not a consent. According to the data protection rules that we have in place, that is not a consent. But let's look again at the practical things. So we have this case of this young Austrian guy, Max Schrems, who decided to find out what does Facebook collects about him. So he asked Facebook for the data. And Facebook, in a very polite way, gives him all the data that he keeps about him, including messages that he deleted, photos that are not available online, so on and so forth, the data that he keeps deleting. So I said, that's against the EU data protection rules. So we need to go to court. What is the competent court? It's Ireland. So he goes to the Data Protection Authority in Ireland. He loses the case because the Data Protection Authority, instead of caring about data protection, does not care about data protection in that case. So he says, no, Facebook, it's okay. And then he goes to the appellate court in Ireland, so he needs to learn about administrative procedural law in Irish in order to claim his case. And in the end, he gets to the European Court of Justice, where the case is being heard now. And this is done by one person that has legal studies. And he's doing this legal battle for the past, I think, 2 or 3 years. So if a regular person needs to do through all this process in order to protect his human right, then I think he doesn't have a human right in this case.
And you are talking about citizens of European Union. Most of us are not citizens of European Union, and they are completely beyond the reach. They don't exist. They provide services here. They charge money for advertising, for boosting. They operate in that way, but they don't provide any sort of customer relationship, client protection, legal protection. There are many cases of violation of human rights on Facebook, and they are beyond the reach of any citizen of this region.
But that's also in European Union. In the case of Spain, with the Data Protection Authority in Spain, Google Spain had a similar thing. He said, we are not providing services in Spain for for the search thing. Yes, so he said, we are not protecting services. It's true that the Data Protection Authority and then the European Court of Justice said no, because you're collecting the personal data of the Spanish people, because you are providing Google AdWords services to the Spanish people, then it means that you have a local presence, so you need to abide by the Spanish laws and the European laws by extension.
No, please.
Yeah, just one point about business reality for us, and another point about jurisdiction, which I know is a completely different topic, which will be discussed, I'm sure, extensively at EuroDIG and indeed in the Internet Governance Forum. But first of all, when I came here this morning, I got up extremely early in Brussels and drove to Brussels Airport and parked in the secure parking lot at Brussels Airport. And I signed a contract there, which I did not read. But I'm sure there were terms in that contract which committed me to certain things, such as perhaps not drawing graffiti on the walls to express my political views within the confines of the parking lot. So I think it's quite legitimate for that business, which is the parking lot company, to expect that when I use their service on their property, that I'm going to behave in a certain way which meets their business objectives, which is to keep a parking lot which is clean and safe for other car users. And I think it's the same for an online marketplace or for a classified ad site or whatever. You should be able to set certain conditions for what the service is for and how others are going to use it. So secondly, the point that you're making about companies being beyond the reach of national jurisdiction or indeed European Union jurisdiction. The European Union is currently trying to solve this problem in the data protection area specifically by simply writing a provision in the new data protection regulation which says we have jurisdiction over any company that targets European residents. That's, I think, actually very dangerous. If we think about it, we think about this a lot as a company which has operations in Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, Belarus, and lots of other interesting countries. If you think about that model of jurisdiction over the internet, and you imagine that being copied by other countries outside of Europe or even within Europe, which are politically unpopular within the European Union, and they used that model of jurisdiction just because they said so in their law to apply to companies inside the European Union, we would have, not only would we have chaos in terms of jurisdiction on the internet, but we would also potentially be finding that European companies were being forced to comply with laws in countries where European politicians didn't want them to be complying with those laws. So we need to be very, very careful when we play with jurisdiction on the internet.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I think we are generalizing a little bit the terms of service or the terms of service or the contractual terms issue here, because not all terms of services are the same for all service providers, that's clear. The point, at least I'm trying to make, is that these should be clear and accessible for internet users, and most importantly, they should be compliant with human rights, with international human rights law. And this is not just a choice that companies can or cannot make. Companies have a corporate social responsibility. There are agreed texts there are guiding principles on corporate social responsibility, and the terms of service should be inspired and should integrate these principles. To make this very concrete, first of all, giving information to the user about the activities that service providers are taking, which impact fundamental rights and freedoms. This is the first element. The second is the due process, informing, and if there are questions by the users, there should be a process of responding to the questions that users have. There should be a mechanism to address allegations of human rights violations by users. These are the elements which would be integrated in terms of services for them to be compliant with human rights law.
And which do not exist. and that's exactly the point, because yes, you're right, a company may issue their own terms and conditions, but those terms do not need to breach imperative laws. And to give you an example that I'm sure you'll agree with me, we have the cooling off period for, if you buy an item online, you may, during 14 days to give it back. So you may not have a terms and condition which says, no, you do not have 14 days, you have 10 days or 5 days or no right at all. And it should be the same thing with human rights. But whereas in the contractual law and consumer protection law, things are much more clearly, because it's black and white. On human rights, these things are usually, in the best case scenario, left for the pure consideration by the companies, which raises other issues if they have the competencies, as you already mentioned.
Hi. I was going to come later to mention some of the guidelines that the Council of Europe has done, and what you just mentioned, Elvana, added a question in my mind. You know, the Council of Europe has done some really good guidelines over the past decade in explaining quite pragmatically how, for instance, application developers or internet service providers should apply human rights according to European human rights framework in their day-to-day practices. And I think having practical guides on implementation is really useful, because very often the companies don't know better, frankly, and they need that explanation. So really helpful, and for those that are not aware, please go to the Council of Europe website to have a look. And then at what you just said about terms of service and having human rights considerations in them, and the processes about human rights that it would entail, just raises a question in my mind, which is, okay, we're talking about Facebook, okay, we're talking about some of the big platforms out there, but the vast majority of online companies are tiny outfits. They usually don't even have a lawyer. They probably outsource the writing of their terms of service. So how realistic and pragmatic is it that we're going to ask them, if I understood correctly, that not only do they have terms of service that recognize human rights, which might be okay, but then that you might have a special contact point at a startup to deal with human rights related queries, that you might have, for instance, as I've heard others suggested, you might have a human rights audit, etc., etc., etc. When you have startups of 10 people, which is the case for a lot of the European companies in that space, how realistic can it be? Or can we think of pragmatic ways of addressing these issues for 95% of the companies in this environment, which are tiny companies with not nearly the same resources as Facebook or Google or others?
Who want to comment?
I'll try to give a a negative answer, actually, because I think that if Google or Facebook will start implementing that, the other companies will copy their practice in a lot of instances. And when people see that the big guys are not doing that, you will never be in a position to do the same thing. They say, well, if Google doesn't do it, why should I do it as a small startup? That's one answer that I would give. The second one is that when you have a startup, like you have any kind of company, you need to do a properly due diligence process to understand that the market where you operate, what implication do they have? Maybe it has data protection implications. Maybe you have freedom of expression implications. Maybe you have no implication whatsoever because you don't collect any data. So this is also diligence of the companies that also exist in the real world. It's not just the IT world. So I think it's also need to be more due diligence process by the startups. And actually, a lot of the incubators and accelerators are working with lawyers on pro bono basis or other basis in order to ensure that this is, at least they have the basic information about it.
Elvana, while I'm going there.
Thank you. I think that's a very good point you're making there. Companies may not always have the resources to invest in this. And it's not for the Council of Europe really to guide the companies how to develop a business model which includes this in this consideration in the business model. But thinking with my human rights hat on, considering human rights impact and implications can be a business advantage for businesses as well. So this may actually enhance their business model. It may not be only a cost, which has nothing in return, but it may enhance their model. I remember a statement by the Twitter CEO a couple of years back saying that human rights, freedom of expression and privacy are a business advantage for that company. So the company cared about these two values and justified the investment in it. I think the role of INGOs, which I represent, or the NGOs, is to speak about human rights all the time, so that these are on the table. This is a consideration on the table for internet companies as well, and it's not forgotten. And this is our role to promote our standards, so that once business decides to include this in its model, in its profit model, we are there to also provide the expertise how this can be done in a way which is compliant with international human rights, not in whichever way would be thought appropriate, but in a way which complies really with international human rights law.
Oksana Prihodko, Ukraine. I would like to raise the issue of unreasonable blocking of accounts in social networks, first of all in Facebook. Can anybody comment court cases maybe, or any judicial movement in this direction? So account is blocked. Unreasonable blocked. I researched this issue and I can give you example regarding breastfeeding pictures in Facebook. This issue was solved without court decision, but because of political reasons, there are some unreasonable blocking, and what to do with this problem? Thank you.
Any volunteer?
I can give some ideas on how this issue should be answered. At least I will try doing so. Indeed, as Facebook is a cross-border service, it is very difficult to answer in one only way this question, because it very much depends on the particular jurisdiction and to what extent the local laws protect the local users. Because many times, as our colleague said, it is there are a set of imperative rules which protect the users. They can overcome and they have a prevailing application to the contractual rules. So the question is not that easy to answer. Yes, it is true that when you have an account at Facebook, you have a contract with Facebook, and you agree with the terms of service where it is explicitly envisaged that no content that can, with explicit nudity, pornographic, whatever, should be posted. And in such a case, Facebook has the sole discretion to block the service and to stop providing the service. So it's a pure contractual breach of contract, and anyone can seek remedy if can prove, of course, damages. So practically, this is based mostly on contractual nature. So it's a breach of contract. But if there is blocking based on other person's advice, notice, for example, someone sees that his own pictures are posted on another account, then comes another difficult issue. Is Facebook obliged to block this content, which is stored on another profile, not on the person whose rights who are affected? Then, well, in Europe, it is more or less the same way treated. Usually Facebook as an Internet Information Society service provider, and his obligations are based on the European Directive 2031 on the Information Society services. Then it is obliged to block the content in any time where it receives a notice that other people's rights are infringed. If he fails to do so, he will be liable as a company for infringing the rights of the persons. So it is very difficult to have one and the same answer, because in different jurisdictions things are the same. Well, for example, countries outside Europe, they treat it a different way. So I hope this makes some clarity. I will
just say, I will give an answer about a culture that is in the internet. Many of the things that are put down answer to a culture. Because nudity is a very subjective, it's a cultural related. So who decide about what? And it's very often easy to put the burden on the local small ISP and say, if you don't do this, if you don't take down, I will fine you and you will close down your business. So the big boys, the big guy, and they're really guy, they use these things. There is a culture of impunity. And this is what about those big guys don't comply with rules. If they do not comply, why should the smaller one? But there is a culture. The internet is not a neutral space. It's the space of political beliefs, of stereotypes, prejudice, and the mainstream one decide for everyone, and the mainstream one are very much often into a Western society. Also, not only the North Europe, but beyond. Just the last intervention, and then we need to have a wrap-up and a rapporteur.
I will ask audience. I don't want to ask them. They are expert on this. Simple users, simple users, how many terms of service did you read?
Okay, so just the last round, one sentence, how to connect, if it's possible, to connect this theoretical approach with our realities so that the users are really empowered.
So I think it's very simple to apply the law. So this guy, Mark Zuckerberg, makes billions of euros with personal data of the European citizens, and he doesn't comply with the European data protection law. So I'm sorry, that's a simple issue. Apply the law.
What we are doing is trying to bring the document I was talking about, the guide to human rights for internet users, to the users themselves so that they read it, and we are translating it in multiple languages. We're also trying to mainstream it in our activities that we organize in specific countries in Europe, in our member states, in Southeastern Europe as well. in activities with media actors, with journalists, with judges, with prosecutors, so that we raise awareness about the need to implement human rights and to become aware of what they mean. Perhaps now I'm coming back to a point that was made earlier here on the importance of and the impact that a soft law instrument such as this one can have. Actually, these documents may seem as trivial, and yes, when governments go back after to their capitals after approving this, it doesn't mean that the first thing they will do is to implement it. But these documents do have an impact. The European Court of Human Rights usually refers to these documents. It finds guidance in them how to settle conflictual situations, how to deliver a judgment. It refers to these instruments, and really this is a value that proves the value of these documents. Again, as I said, we promote standards in all our cooperation activities. We promote implementation of standards. So my closing line would be implementation, implementation, implementation.
Thank you.
Very quick advice, please read the terms of service. Do not just click yes, 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 agree, agree. Read and then agree, and this is first. Second, I definitely believe that the technologies and internet, they develop so quickly that the law is standing behind. It cannot grasp and regulate in appropriate way the protection of human rights on the internet. So there should be mechanisms to be adopted more quickly. So initiatives like these of Council of Europe are very, very, very nice approach. But as Bogdan said, they are not a law. So usually the law is the one that gives the scope of what can be done and what can't be done. Thank you.
Chris.
I'm going to be somewhat controversial and question whether there really is a difference between human rights on the internet and off the internet. So I'm not sure whether there really is. And close with the thought that it's really not easy for internet companies to know how to deal with human rights. I'll give you one case study, which was from the revolution in Egypt, when Yahoo, which runs Flickr, found itself confronted with requests for removal of some pictures which had been placed of members of the Egyptian security service with some messages about how they should be chased down and found and brought to justice. And Yahoo didn't know whether it should take these images down and the associated messages down because they were an incitement to violence, or whether it should keep them up because that would be a protection of freedom of speech. So you have people's physical security, their rights of defense in a court of law being placed, being balanced against the freedom of speech and in a very charged political context. Now that's an extreme example. Hopefully we're not going to see an Egyptian revolution every day here in Sofia, but it's a good one, I think.
Rade.
So now human rights for internet users on the level between philosophy and law. And we need to put that topic on next level, between law and procedures. Possibility to implement rules, clear rules to resolve any mentioned problems here.
Thank you. So now our rapporteur, Valentina Pavel. So to Valentina, you had too many.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So in short, I have around 4 or 5 bullet points. The first would be human rights apply online as well as offline, but we need to shift the discussion from the theoretical sphere into the practical one. Could I have a show of hands for those who disagree? Okay, thank you. Therefore, we need to consider human rights compliance guidelines for all actors, industry, government, and users. Okay. Second idea would be we need to take into consideration the online protection of all human rights, not just privacy and access to information, for example. Show of hands for those who disagree. That's the basic rule for this session. There's a lack of awareness over users' human rights. For example, international human rights law prevails contractual relationships. Jurisdiction represents an important element for human rights enforcement. States as well as business should have efficient and comprehensive mechanisms for human rights redress. We should consider the snowball effect. If one big company will adopt human rights conduct, it will set the market requirements for all the others. Okay. We will revise this. And last, more focus should be awarded to finding modalities for connecting the theoretical approach with the practical realities. Okay, thank you very much.
So, thank you very much. You earned your break. Thanks very much. Half an hour, I think.
Should we wait more? No? We can start? Okay. Okay. I'm Dusan Stojcic. I'm coming from Serbian National Registry. And we are dealing with one IDN, especially Cyrillic domain. And this session is all about IDNs. Who are familiar from you with IDNs? Who know what IDN means? Michele, I know you. Okay. Okay, so we must explain to rest of you what is IDN, and after that we will have questions from you about this. So first, and I must introduce to you my panelist. First, Yuri Kargopolov from Ukrainian Network Information Center. Next to him, sitting Vojislav Rodic, also from Serbia. Next to him is Ilya Bazliankov from Unicard, Bulgaria, and gender, no, okay, Liana from Armenia Internet Society. So our keynoter is Yuri. He will try to explain what is DNS, what is IDN. So please, Yuri.
Thanks, Dusan. I remember the first 0 years when the answer to the question why we do need IDN did not understand a lot of people, and it was like question from science fiction. After appears the themes and discussions about diversity, about linguistic diversity, it was first IGFs, and it was legendary ICANN meetings in 06, 08, in Rome, in Lisbon, in Paris especially. In those time to find new ways in our domain industry. And at last in Sharm el-Sheikh was started a program to CC country code top level domain IDN by fast track program. And after this was started a new GTLD program including IDN. Okay, I don't want to give to estimation good or not good these processes, because the subject plane of these responses and evaluations must be in another logical space. Was a logical space? It's space of our success, of our failures in the implementation on new domain. So we cannot raise the question again, do we need IDNS? We need to put a question, what have we done that IDNS are became available to people? So the internet reflects only real life, only reflect. Of course, the internet expands borders of real life, but internet doesn't create new objective realities, and in which people are compared to life in the limited linguistic environment. Limited in linguistic environment. And when the person leaves internet environment, internet space, he or she come back in real life, and in this real life we come back to our own semantic system, our own system, own words, system, our sign. And when the person come back to the internet, she or he wants to operate with the same system. What's the system? Such system consists of content as is, and system of tags or marks which specify what content the user wants to operate, wants to work. Now we realize that we are not alone, and that many countries, especially in Asia, want to see the full linguistic relevance and diversification in the domains through the various types of addresses and texts in the original scripts of this country. Now we can see as a global world trend of growth processes of clusterization, clusterization of real life, clusterization appear new world financial centers, new production centers, the energy supply centers, the information centers. From point of view of IT view, from point of our view, in these circumstances, it is objective processes to involve an increasing number of users and information contacts in the global network, and these users operated your native languages, not only system of science based on the Latin scripts. A natural way from whom wants to enter into information space via learning of information tools on native languages, Therefore, the solution of IDN problem is so important and must be absolutely clear for all technical decisions and decisions for internet governments in general sense. I want to note that we have now two more critical IDN implementation points. The first of all is IDN email. The second is IDN URI. And if we solve this problem, we open the wide way for IDN processes for simple people. A few months ago, I think 2 months ago, appears a fourth version of the draft of IDNA update for Unicode 7.0.0 by John Clancy and Patrick Falstrom. There were two main ways for solve this problem. The first way is using Unicode for solve our problem in email and URL URI. But Unicode give us more negative results because Unicode not solve the problem of local part in domain in email names, in the email address. In the main part, Unicode works, and it works and normally works, but in local part is not work.
Yuri,
normally.
I must stop you for one thing. I will ask you to tell the audience what is Unicode? What is Unicode? Because they are not familiar with those names. Sorry.
Unicode is algorithm of transforming any scripts to Latin scripts. And one of the any name in native alphabets may be transferred to Latin scripts. This is Unicode. Unicode, in Unicode you may operate it your native scripts in internet.
Thank you.
Is understanding. And I repeat that we go on the two ways. The first way is we go to way of Unicode. Unicode is not working way. And what we can do in this situation? I think we should examine it the Unicode way. And in the Unicode we have a problem too, because Unicode 8, the version of Unicode 8 consists some traps for us. And when we examine with issues, we understanding that we must transfer to Unicode 32 version. Maybe in this way we find solving our problem.
Thank you, Yuri. So, did you understand the story of IDNs? No? Voya? Let's start again.
Thank you. Can you open my presentation? Yeah, is it working? Okay. My presentation will overlap with some of the things that Yuri said, and I will expand on some issues. So, I just made some personal mental computation. I got internet when I was 35, and my first computer when I was 25. Now you try to imagine what was working without internet on a computer for 10 years. Anyway, that means that more than half, I'm still not 70, so more than half of my life I was without internet. When I finally got it, there was no question of typing not just in Cyrillic, and in Serbia we use both Cyrillic and Latinic with diacritics, 30 letters, not even that Latin, but only English alphabet with 26 characters, and you could have domain names plus the numbers and the dash. So come to think of it, are those 26 characters of English alphabet really enough to express, or better say, compress all the 5,000 to 7,000 years of written human civilization, and all the scripts, and all the letters, and all the living languages? Let's just focus on the living languages. When I talk to people in Serbia, why do we need IDN domain? They often say, look, for more than 10 years, we can have our content, which means emails, website pages, in Cyrillic. So what's the problem if the domain name is in English alphabet? You can still have, and we usually do have, a lot of websites with Serbian Cyrillic, Latinic, and English. So what's the problem? It's just an address. Well, it's not just an address. It's also content. Domain name is a very important part of your identity, whether you're personally, your organization, and that's why there are so many new GTLDs. People felt too constrained with 22 generic top-level domains, and often a client of mine would say, should I take .com or .net? And okay, I'm not an organization, so not a .org. Now they have a wider variety of domain names. One of them is the ccTLD in IDN. And just a brief on the history and what is IDN. As Yuri said, it's an internet domain name that supports domain names written in multiple scripts, including all those that we are familiar here in this area with Cyrillic script, but let's not forget the Arabic, the Chinese, and many other languages and scripts. The IDN was first proposed in 1996 by Martin Durst and implemented in 1998 by Tan Joy Kweng and Len Kok Yong, and James Schenck was credited as the primary inventor of IDN. That was the end of the 90s. Only in 2010, so it took 10 years. It was not an easy process. When ICANN board on meeting in Korea approved the IDN ccTLD fast track process, and the first IDN ccTLDs were implemented, written into the root zone, or became live in 2010. So it was the Russia with .rf, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates with the Arabic scripts. Some of the requested IDN domains were initially rejected, and our hosts have a very, I don't know if you will tell your story now, or shall we leave it for it's a happy end. Yes, they have .bg or BG, Bulgaria.
Hollywood way.
Brazil. I still confuse it.
Happy end with Hollywood way.
Yes, after more than 4 years.
Even more.
Even more. It's not just about the separate Cyrillic IDN domain names. There are the regular domain names in which the character set was expanded. So they are also IDN. What's the difference? In .rs in Serbia, we have .rs, just English alphabet. .serb, Cyrillic. But we don't have in .rs still, we plan to do that. We don't have all those Latin characters with diacritical marks, ch, ch, sh, zh, etc. So first, who did that were Italians, and in the .it, they expanded it to support Italian, French, and German. What I always point out is the Norwegian example, .no. They expanded their character set with three different character sets of Sami people. So you might ask, how many of those Sami people, why are they so important? Well, the total number of Sami people, they live in the north of Norway, is 35,000. And so it's about human rights. It's not about how many users do we have. If we have 35,000 Sami people and they have 3 characters, let's put all those 3 characters into the .no domain space so they can register their domains. The puny or punny code, I think it's puny code, you are right. Let me show you an example. When you copy an address line which has .serb in it and paste it into Notepad, the address, you will get something like this, xn dash dash, then some numbers and letters. What is one of the effects? When you ask me, what is the allowed domain name length in .rs? 63 characters, which means 26 English alphabet, 10 numbers and dash. So the same question, how long can my domain name be in .serb? It's also 63 characters after the ASCII compatible encoding. So that's an elegant way to get out of the very unpleasant situation. We cannot tell our customers, our registrants, how long can their name be in Serbian Cyrillic. That depends on what letters you use and what you will get as a result after the ASCII compatible encoding. That's the Peony code. The email addresses, I will not, we will talk about it, and Yuri already made the introduction. This is the timeline of the Serbian registry. I will not go through the dates and bother you with all those details, and you will have the presentation for reference. But please note that we had first a public debate on the need for Cyrillic domain. Do we need it? So we consulted the public. They said, yes, we need it. Then we had a public debate on what should it be. It's always not the register who says we are going to be .bg, .rs, .de. It is the request that they ask from ICANN. Andrea is there. And when ICANN approves your request, then you get a domain name. Or sometimes you get rejected because your domain name looks similar to some other existing or future, etc., etc., etc. So we made a public debate in Serbia. The winners were .serb and .serbia. And when we requested for an IDN domain, we asked, please, if you can make it one of these two. In 98 or 99% of situations, you are granted what you ask for. But it's not something that you appoint to yourself, your domain name. That's when we started. Then we had another, we created, when we were allowed to have, when we were delegated, that's the term, .serb. And the register had to go to the process. We didn't get it because we already managed .rs. No, we had to go through all the steps that we went in the first place for .rs, just as we are a new register, because we actually wanted a new domain, a new CCTLD. Then we had a public debate on the principles and rules of registering in Cyrillic domain, where we used the ICANN and our rules and regulations, what is known as the internet best practice, although I suspect that in various parts of the world, internet best practice might mean very, very different things. And we also protected the existing .rs registrants. Because, as I said in the beginning, domain name is not just an address. It's linked to your identity. If you have a certain domain in .rs, whether you want or not the one in .serb, we made it reserved for you. Through a number of some of the rules for reservation are very complicated. So, as an example with the Sami people in Norway, why did we go for this? Because today we have 86,000 .rs domains and just a little bit over 3,000 .serb domains. The reasons are partly those that Yuri talked about, the technical problems. So it's actually not a finished product yet, the IDN domain. It's a half product, but it is a basic right, and that's why we need it. Of course, it was also very important for us to make a reservation of domain space for future use. Internet of Things is just around the corner. And what it will mean, I think it will be next year's subject of many conferences like this. These are the examples of various Internet of Things applications for Cyrillic domains, the same as the Romans. This is, again, the rule limitation is actually the same as in Latin alphabet domain name, but only after ASCII-compatible encoding, which means that, yes, we type .serb without the www. For instance, I have EuroDIG. You type EuroDIG with ch in Cyrillic .serb, but it actually translates into something like this: xn// and then there are those numbers. So actually, we are still using the ASCII notation. But that's the machine problem. Machines are good at doing that and reading those addresses. It's for us the domain name is important as a symbol, as an association, as a brand, you name it. We started in 2012. At that time, 33 out of 35 registrars were SERB ready. In the first year, it costed only $1. So we had more than 5,000 domains. Then when the regular price, and that's the usual, as with all new GTLD domains, you know, I don't want to name names, but those that were free in the first year, one city in Germany, they had 140,000 new domains free. But after the first year, the next year was, you know, some price. So that's also important. So right now we have a domain which is underutilized, which doesn't have full functionality, but which enables people, and there are already some very interesting projects done on the .serb domain. Was it short enough? Brief?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Boy. So, do you know now what is IDN? I can bring the third guy to show you, if you want. So, Boya mentioned that this is a basic right of us, and I want to raise, and I want to tell you, I raise one question of our region. We are on SEEDIG, and we must speak our language, and in our language, IDN IDN is on, I think, 3 scripts: Greek alphabet, Cyrillic, and Latin, if I am correct.
You're not
Armenia,
correct.
sorry, Armenian 4, and Georgian, yes, sorry. So, how many IDN domains do you think we have in the region? We have Greek from last year, .epsilon lambda. We have Macedonia with .mkd, Cyrillic one. We have Bulgaria, .bg.
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet, but it will be. We have Armenian.
Yeah, we have Hi.
Hi, okay. And you heard from Yuri.ukr, very successful Cyrillic domain, and our Serbian. So, .rf, not in the region. If you put south, southeastern, not southeastern, if you.
We can include Russian as well.
We can include .rf. So, basically, do you think that we need IDN? Do you use Cyrillic or Latin with special characters, or do you, or Greek alphabet? Do you use keyboards on those?
Thank you. Let me first say that we introduced the Greek characters under .gr domain name in 2005, when the IDNA protocol was not finalized. We had some issues with Final Sigma and things like this. Until now, it's about 6,000 domain names with the second level Greek and the first .gr. But as the two gentlemen said in the beginning, it's not about getting money in a society like Greece. You have the opportunity with the Cyrillic language alphabet to appoint to a larger community which use this script. But in our case, it's not to get money. It's the identity, like you said. It's the cultural diversity. It's the cultural identity and it's a basic right to have the Greek language on the internet. And that is the reason why we applied for an IDNSys TLD, which is not officially launched yet, but we are in the process.
Thank you. Thank you. So, anybody else?
Thank you very much. Elvana Thaci from the Council of Europe. To answer to your question, do we need IDNs? I think we do. And I would echo here the point about cultural diversity. Cultural diversity is an aspect of freedom of expression. And I fully agree with Mr. Rodic when he said that domain names are not only technical, do not only have a technical function, or an addressing function in the internet, they also have expressive value. So people can choose a name for a domain that has an expressive value, that conveys a political point of view, that conveys whatever point of view, not only political. So in that sense, domain names are vehicles of freedom of expression, as well, of freedom of speech. They are vehicles, they are tools of cultural diversity. This is the policy approach of the Council of Europe. We have our governments, our 47 governments have agreed on this position. The domain names are more than technical addressing tools on the internet. Thanks.
You want?
Okay, I'm the reporter of this session, so I have to make one remark or to reply to this question. Do we need IDNs? I will just overlap with the last speaker. This is definitely a need for linguistic diversification in the globalization that internet brings. As an elementary human right to use your own mother language or your script. This is a remarkable tool to store, to preserve national or linguistic specifics. And I would like to thank first two panelists for their very comprehensive technical and I would say historic review from real doers and not just theoreticals.
Thank you, Alexander. So, we say yes. I could say that we are saying yes, we need IDNs. Yes, we will answer after host and Liana. So I was dying to hear Hollywood story with happy ending. So Ilya, back to you.
The happy ending is not yet there. We need a couple of months, but let's tell the story. In 2007, there was a public discussion in Bulgaria, should we have an IDNSys TLD or not, what it should be. And later, via various polls, it was determined that it should be only .bg and nothing else, because this represents Bulgaria, and any other string will be inappropriate. When ICANN approved the IDNSys TLD fast track program,
after 6 years?
Yes. We managed to organize with the government to submit the first application in 2010, which was rejected. Then from 2010 until October 2014, so for 4 years, we held many discussions, many meetings with different officials, different groups. but without any success. The official ICANN position was that the proposed string is confusingly similar to something else. So it was never said it's Brazil or Burkina Faso or something else. Finally, in 2014, when ICANN introduced the appeal procedure in the fast track, our government sent the application in March 2014. Then in October, during the ICANN meeting in LA, it was announced that the Bulgarian CCTOD was finally approved. I was in LA at that time, but I remember many stories in the press reading during the night. So everybody was congratulating the team of from the government with Mr. Christoph. Then the government decided to make a public process how to select the registry operator. Since October up to next week is the final meeting of a working group that was created by the government to determine the rules of this public process. Then we expect in 90 days, which won't happen in the summer, so I guess in September, a public process will start when the government will start to accept applications from interested parties to operate the IDN CCTOD. And whoever party wins this process will receive a governmental letter of support for IANA. If everything is on track, I expect that the IANA delegation request will be done maybe January next year. So hopefully 2016, almost many years after the first idea, we will have an IDN CCTOD. So that's why I said it's not yet happy ending, but we hope so.
Okay. I'm starting to feel that ICANN is something. So we will go to Armenia because Armenia had another story. And
yeah.
Liana.
Thank you. Yeah, we have another story with Armenian IDN. It doesn't take too much time for us. The difficult part was to start the initiation with the interest of a nation to have the IDN, the Armenian IDN. Yes, I completely agree with you, Mr. Rodic, saying that this is a national identity issue. When we started the discussion in the community whether we need the IDN or not, it was around 10 years ago. We found out that the community is not really ready for Armenian IDN. So the content was poor, the people don't know what is internet so much, it is not so popular, the users are not so many in quantity. But within this decade, the number of internet users has grown immensely, and the interest and the content has been enriched. And we started, when I say we, I mean Internet Society of Armenia, which has a great job in great work in country. We initiated a discussion. We had a conference, we had some councils regarding the same issue. Do we need IDN now? And it was in 2012, and we found out that the community is now ready for it. We want to have our own scripts shown, implicated in the internet. And I need to say that the Armenian script is already 16 centuries. We have our national scripts, and we deserve the right to have all our people. That we have around 10 million population within the whole world. We have 3 million in Armenia, but we have a great diaspora throughout the world. So 10 million people really need to have the right to see their script, to write in our national script. All these discussions has ended up in the last year, in 2014. We prepared a lot of documents necessary for this application to ICANN. We had a support from the Ministry of Transport and Communication, and since Armenia is the CCTLD of .am, we initiated to become a manager of IDN as well, and we have this support from National Authority, which I said ministry. We had a letter of support from the Linguistic Institute regarding this script for .hi, which means it is the name of our nation, Armenian. Like in Armenian, it is the name of our nation. We had another debate regarding the script, what should be the IDN for Armenian. We had a suggestion that it should be could be which the script is age like age. Means the Republic of Armenia. But we understood that that is not the best option because it will be limited only throughout the Republic. Since we have the diaspora, it is not the best option. And we chose the name Hai, which is our nation. And we had the support from Linguistic Institute. We have the support from the Academy of Sciences, and we put it all the support letters. We submitted the application on April 25th. And a year later, that is to say on April 26th, we had the resolution of the board of ICANN that we now have it delegated, and we received lots of congratulations on this work as well, and I feel somehow proud of that work that ISOC did. It was a great thing, and we expected it with so much passion. Now, a year later, we have this right to have our national IDN. And we are in a process of still launching it. So it is not the case like Bulgaria that the government has this right to choose, but now we have this right to register. It is an NGO. The ISOC will be the manager. And since we are an NGO, we are an open society, we will make this open for the whole community. We will start from the sunrise and then to give the whole process open for everyone to register whatever domain name they would like to.
Okay, there is a need for this kind of domains, but can we make money up on that? Panos told us there is no money. Ilya put another hat and told us a story about .site and .online.
Can I mention briefly before the .bg business plan we were just discussing with some of the stakeholders is that such registry is no way to gain money, must be supported from other activities.
Yes.
We don't see any option to self-sustain such project because we expect like 3,000 registrations, which is not much.
.site and .online together.
I talk about .bg.
Yeah.
Okay.
.bg.
So I put the other hat.
Yes. Please.
I also represent Core Association, which in 2012 applied for 2 new IDN GTODs, .site and .online, in Cyrillic, with a target market in Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Bulgaria. Unfortunately, not in Serbia. We did have some expectations, which in the ICANN business plan were 50,000 for the first year. But as almost all business plans given to ICANN, this has been lowered several times. And we managed to reach first year about 6,000 together, .site and .online. 6,000 together. And we see like a couple of names registered per month now, but the growth is very, very, very slow. We noticed a significant drop of the registration amount when in Russia the financial problems appeared and people stopped buying domain names. And Russia was our biggest market.
Yuri, you want?
The wave of crisis. The big wave of big crisis covered us. Because in our plans was about minimum 100,000 domains. Now we have 11,500 only.
Which is good number. Yes.
Maybe for him, for somebody it's good, for us it's not good, and many marketing ways and many attempt for acceleration, for registration, is not give us results. I think it's connected with real not good economical and financial situation is in our country in particular, in our country. But may I ask a question to auditory?
Yeah. Yes.
Please put your hand who have trademark on your mother language. No. Imagine you have. Imagine you have. The best protection of your trademark in internet in this case is using of IDN.
Okay. Voya, how the things going in Serbia? I know, but they don't know. So
I would like to switch the tables and ask, is there any money in opera? I mean, every Saturday until May, I listen to live broadcasts from Metropolitan Matinee, Saturday afternoon in New York, that's Saturday evening in Belgrade. And at the same time, usually on Saturdays, you have folk and pop stars concerts with 15, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people. Now, who makes more money? Of course, they make more money. I think there are more spectators in one football field or big dome where they have their concerts, much more than those who listen to Radio Belgrade 2 live transmission. So does it mean that we don't need opera or live transmission for Metropolitan, which costs money, of course? So there are certain things in life, in society, and I would like to add, you said that it's important to preserve the national identity. Yes, that's true, but it's not just national identity, it's also a personal identity. I was irritated for years. I had RODIC or rodits.rs as my personal domain name, but I could not have rodic.serb. Now I have it. First of all, there have to be technical conditions for me to register it. What am I doing with it? Nothing much. I'm waiting for the email to become functional, and then I could have voya@rodic.serb as a functioning email. So there's no money in it, but I have put my foot in the IDN Cyrillic door in Serbia regarding my personal interests. And a lot of people like that too, and companies.
thank you. So we can conclude there is no money in it. There is problems. There are problems. This is half of a product, and etc., etc. And still, we want it. I don't understand. Do you have a clue about that?
I think that that's not all about money. It's about passion, love. It's about identity. It's about freedom. I think that if we talk about language diversity and preserving or giving the possibility to not lose the diversity we have, I think this is, should be by default supported by any public institution or other stuff, if we don't want just to become one single speaking country, only English, bastard English. I think it's a richness.
Thank you. Any more? Oh, Alexander.
To all the panelists, during the process of starting new IDN, CC, TLD IDN, a number of domain names are being reserved. Who reserves those domain names and why? Can you explain us?
Yes, some of the domain names are reserved for the registry itself, then for the state, municipalities, etc. The same procedure as we had with .rs. Plus, in the first 6 months, we had a reservation for all the existing users of .rs. The rules were transliteration, which created problems for those, and there were about 40% of them, who had actually English names as the names of their companies with W, X, Y, and there is no transliteration, and again, transliteration, not transcription. Letter by letter. Well, there is no equivalent of W in Serbian Cyrillic, or X or Y. So we were thinking, what are we going to do? I was the coordinator of the working group creating the rules. So some of us said, well, they can't have, we cannot reserve a domain name for them. It's simply impossible. But then, and then we come again to the field of rights. If some of them have the right to have a Cyrillic transliterated domain name waiting for them for 6 months, during which time it was reserved and they could register it, how can you allow that right to 60% of people and companies and not to 40%? So we devised a rule which was very cumbersome, and I remember that when people read it for the first time, they say, what's wrong with these people from .rs? Because for W you had 3 letters like J, L, N, completely improbable combination. So who would use it? Well, I guess nobody. So why did we do it? So that everybody has the right. Now I would like to, for all of you to think a little bit about that, whether it makes sense. But at one point in our discussion, we said, okay, if all of them have reserved names for 6 months, even those for whom the meaningful translation is impossible. I mean, some people said, well, if it's Windows, then it's V in Cyrillic. Wait a minute. Who says it's an English word? Maybe it's German, maybe it's French. Volkswagen, it's VW. V, which is transliterated to a V in Cyrillic, is V. Well, that's something completely different. That's why we are not in the transcription, but transliteration. So we made a silly rule only to, there was also an advice by the lawyer who said, that was one of the points. Make some rule, but so that everybody has something reserved for them. There are other examples, like, okay, I will use a famous brand name, Philips. It's written Philips. TVs and, you know, everybody knows about Philips. In Serbia, they had actually the same Latin characters, Philips, Philips.rs. What would be reserved for them was philips.srb. Well, that makes no sense because we say Philips. What they need is actually Philips with an F. So what could they do? They could register, even in the first 6 months, Philips in Latin, and then they will get reserved for them corresponding .serb domain. So there are a lot of funny situations that you can bump into when preparing rules for a new domain, especially if it was just the first domain. If we didn't have anything before, it would be easy. Now, if we want, and we plan to expand the .rs with all the registered national communities in Serbia, so there are many Latin scripts. I think there are 20, how many, 26. For instance, Montenegrins in Serbia, they're a national minority. They have both Latin and Cyrillic, but with 32 letters, not with 30 like in Serbia, Bosnia, Croatia, and Slovenia. So we will expand our .rs with additional characters, but in that case, you don't have to apply to icon. It's still the same CCTLD. That's what Italy did with .it. That's what many other countries all over Europe have done over years. Poland, I think they have all the letters from most of the languages.
Thanks. Thanks. Do you have anything else about that? Yes, Leah.
Just to reply to that question regarding the reservations. We plan to have those domains which will be necessary for a registry itself to reserve it, like the alphabet, the numbers, or whatever, the geographic names. But the situation is a little bit different, what you're talking about, the Latin domain owners. We thought that those who have like cyber squatters or domainers, they have already registered their domain names in Latin script, and we are not sure at those times we didn't have a clear picture of protecting the trademark owners or company name owners, so that to give them the priority registration right for that domain name in .am. And now when we are starting the process with all these things known already, we don't want to give them this priority again to register the domain name in IDN as well. So we will start the process from zero, from a clear paper, so that to protect the trademark owners and company owners to have the right to register their domain names in IDN. And only after that, we will open the registration for everybody else.
Thanks.
We protect trademarks and other intellectual properties via sunrise period.
We'll
After sunrise period, it's all open for and any subject can register any trademarks. But we have reserved domain names. It's connect with geographic names and name of government bodies.
Yes.
Okay.
Only two categories.
Okay, boy.
I have a question if there is anyone from ICON in the audience.
So you can speak freely
I could
about ICON.
I would ask
Yes,
him or her to explain, as we have seen today that there were two examples of big problems. Two countries had big problems with starting an IDN domain name because of the similarity problem. So what is the similarity problem? I would like an ICON spokesperson to answer.
First, I want from Panos the story. I want another Hollywood story with happy ending.
Thank you, Dusan. Let me introduce, because I didn't do it the first time. My name is Panagiotis Papaspiliopoulos. I'm working for the Ministry of Infrastructure of Greece. So, as I was saying, in 2005 we introduced the Greek at the second level under .gr, and in 2007, 6, I don't remember, we asked ICANN to, at that time ICANN had a project about IDNs, so we wanted to test two-letter string and the full name of the country in Greek in small letters with accents and without accents, because as I said, the IDNA protocol was not finalized. So after a public consultation we did, we finally concluded to use epsilon lambda, that is only two letters. Let me remind you here that when speaking about letters, the Latin, the Greek, and the Cyrillic alphabet has letters. The other languages do not have alphabets. They have ideograms or combination. So we talk about strings. So that is the beginning of the confusability problem. So we said to apply for epsilon lambda because there was no accent, there was no final sigma, and then the people were used in two-letter string as the top-level domain. And doing the same procedure, we consulted with the Republic of Cyprus in order to give our proposal to the European Commission for the Greek version of EU. With the same philosophy, the proposal that we did was both countries, Greece and Cyprus, was to apply for .epsilon. It's the first two letters of the word Evropi, Europa. In Europe, it's a Greek word. So we initially had our application rejected because of confusability problems. Epsilon lambda in Greek, small Greek characters were confusably similar with the EA, the English two-string assigned to Theut and Melia for custom reasons. And we made a long fight, hidden and open fight in the ICANN environment to persuade what you said in your presentation, that the machine distinguishes this. The machine does not see the Greek or the Cyrillic. The machine sees only the 26 letters of the English alphabet with a hash and the numbers. So I think that people in ICANN were very afraid of the change. The IDNs was in their minds a major change to introduce some strange marks of strange people's languages inside the holy root zone file, which was not the case because these strange marks was actually XN, dash, dash, etc. So, and this was one thing. The second thing is that the average internet users were already familiarized with confusability issues. And take the example that I like to use, .it for Italy and .lt for Lithuania. I could take a domain name papaspiliopoulos.it, papaspiliopoulos.lt, and the only thing that the ICANN people were looking at was the last two letters. And I could take them, but I could not take in Greek my name. So it was insane. So I think that was the reason for creating the confusability issues where there were no any such problems. And there is no problem with the Greek version of EU as well. It's a purely political issue, I believe that. And I hope that eventually and quickly it will be resolved. So this was the case in us. And you can see that because in the introduction of the new GTLDs, there were not such issues. You can have sports, autos, IDNs, whatever you like. No problem. People, the same people who took the decisions, were not afraid anymore. And that is why they were persuaded by people like Ilya, like me, like many others who were involved in this hidden diplomacy, to change the procedure and introduce the appeal panel. And now we can all have, and now that I said my little story, let me take 1 minute more, 2 minutes. 1 minute is, it will be, 1 minute it will be for the implementation of the IDN when we will finally conclude our procedure. For the reason that you all mentioned, we initially decided the same registry of .gr to have also the registry of epsilon lambda. At the introduction of the Greek at the second level domain, we had set the rules for protecting the trademarks and also to protect the people and protect to regulate, let's say, the homograph. The homograph names are, for example, Nike and Nike. You'll know the sports. Sorry?
Personal identification.
Okay, so we made the rules. I don't want to bother you, but you can find the regulation. There is a bundle of names with accent, without accent, and there are certain rules. And that is why we said we have the same registry for GR and Epsilon Lambda. Of course, we will follow all the procedures. And about the money, it's the second minute that I want to ask. Yes, I said in the beginning that we don't expect to have money. But there is a key issue here. The new GTLDs are, they follow the UDRP regulation set by ICANN. It's common for all the new GTLDs. As the Armenians, we also have, let's say, 20 million Greeks around the globe, 10 inside Greece and 10 outside Greece. And we have the unique opportunity to address to them, provide them new content, give inspiration to innovative people who will use content in Greek language, and have, let's say, a GTLD with a Greek regulation addressed to Greek people, to people who speak Greek, to people who want to learn and to use Greek, not only Greeks necessarily. So that gives us a unique opportunity to have a GTLD for all the Greek literature people around the globe with our regulation. And I think, okay, in the beginning we will have a small amount of registration, but we can survive and have all the rest that I said in the beginning. Thank you very much for your time. I hope, Megan, the Greek problem will solve very soon. You have our support and help whenever you need. And thank you very much for letting me say these things. Thank you.
Thanks, Panos. Misha, you were raising your hand.
Well, I raised my hand because I was asked whether there is anyone from ICANN. It was the only reason why I did it. I maybe didn't understand fully the question, which was addressed about this situation of confusions. But I am from Russia, and I was the chairman of the .rf.ru CCTLD when we received the .rf, the first IDN from ICANN before I joined ICANN. So I'm ready to answer mostly as a Russian, as a representative of the TLD community rather than from ICANN. To my view, there are some obvious issues where there is exact similarity between a Latin letter and a Cyrillic letter. And the classic case is RU, as R for P and U for Y, which is a total equivalent of PY for Paraguay. And that is why the IDN for Russia could not be .ru, which would be the equivalent of .ru in English, because of this fact. All other, excuse me, all other cases, they are less evident. And for example, I'm sure that for all Russians who just know Russian language Cyrillic script, the BG in Bulgarian has nothing to see with BR for Brazil. So it's graphically, it's obvious for everyone who uses the script. And frankly, the same for Greece. Epsilon Lambda doesn't have any exact anything in Latin alphabet. But we should take into consideration that mostly ICANN was an English-speaking company, where the experts were also English-speaking or speaking other languages based on Latin script. And for them, yes, it was an exercise. It is still an exercise to understand the problems of the people who do not use the Latin alphabet. And that is why maybe for them it was more important to overreach rather than to do something underdone, yeah? As Russians say, лучше что-то там бдеть, чем недобдеть. То есть, those who understand this, it's good to do something more than just to have something underdone. But the situation is changing, and we know the positive cases for our Bulgarian colleagues, and I think it's good. And unfortunately, I'm not from the department which is engaged in GDD and domain names problematics. My task is engagement. And I am sure that the more the people like Yuri, like yourself, like yourselves participate in ICANN meetings and ICANN activities to avoid the unfortunate situation that we mentioned, then the number of such situations will be less. And our English-speaking colleagues will not be so afraid for the changes, and they will be more cooperative to accept what other stakeholders would like, especially the stakeholders with other graphic system of the alphabets.
Thank you, Misha. So, I have another question, because I suddenly realized that I cannot use, for example, Greek. I don't know Greek alphabet, and I cannot use Armenian. I don't even have a clue what is there. So are we doing something that is dividing internet? I have one word that is too heavy for our region, I will say it, because one of on Russian RIG, I got one question from the crowd: are we doing Balkanization of the internet? Do you have answer to that?
Balkanization of internet is a myth. Is a great myth. Maybe good, maybe bad. I don't know. But I think that if in real life I don't read Armenian text, I don't read Chinese text, it's usually things. I want to repeat that internet is only reflect of our real life. I don't see any trouble in this question.
Okay. Boya?
I will answer with the question, and then I'll give an answer. When you take a look at the whole of internet, what is the language number 2? I mean, number 1 is English. But it's the direct question. You are Chinese, okay? What other? What? Arabic. That's you are excluded. So when I was recently on a TV station and the interview was finished, I asked the question to the anchor lady, and she said Spanish. And I said, when I was asked that question, I answered Chinese. Why? Because there are 650 million Chinese on internet. But the question is not which is the highest number of users, but the content. So the second is Russian. Yes. Yes. For instance, yes, that's true. When I watch a movie, I often go to IMDb and check on the director, actors, etc. So I watched a Russian movie. I went to check on a certain actress. 2 sentences. And then it popped to me. I switched to Serbian Cyrillic keyboard, not Russian, I don't have it installed. Serbian Cyrillic, typed the name as I expected it to be in Russian. I've got hundreds of links, so many interesting stories, so many marriages and children and divorces, just like any Hollywood actors, but in Russia. So just like in the real world, we are not so familiar with the daily subjects or themes or whatever is in societies that speak other languages, except for the news feed that we get from the global agencies. But then when you go to internet, to radio station or a news portal, if you know the language, or if you are close enough, so I can read and understand 80–90% of Bulgarian, Macedonian, 60% of Russian, so I can get myself a part of other stories. I'm sorry, I don't read or I don't know Armenian. So for me, I will support your case for obvious reasons, but I will not be your user. But that's for Armenians. And especially, maybe when you come to think of it, countries that have so many people in diaspora, for them it's important. I had emails from third-generation Americans, born in America, never been to Serbia. But their grandfather was talking to them about Serbia, and now an American in his 40s wants to learn Serbian and to visit Serbia. He's not coming back to live in Serbia, but he feels that connection, and he wants to learn the language. Just as I started, until I was 55, I was using Latin 98% of time. In 55, I made a conscious decision, when I'm writing in Serbian, I switched to Serbian Cyrillic. 80% of my tweets and Facebook posts are in English, but those that are in Serbian, then I decided to make that effort. Yes, it takes effort. You have to press Ctrl-Shift, and then you have to, if you don't have a Serbian keyboard, you have to know that Q is for L and W is for N. But you get the hang of it. So it has, again, it has something to do with identity, personal and national.
Okay, Ilya?
I will answer your question with a question. Isn't having the internet in English only a division by itself? Then people who doesn't speak English cannot access the content online.
Thanks. Liana? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of division at all. I think internet is for everyone. So it must be, everyone has right to have whatever they want to reach in whatever language they can. So it is up to users, up to everyone to create content in as many languages as possible. And it is another opportunity for people to learn many languages. Probably, that will make,
instrumental environment for us.
Yes. So it's a good thing. It's not about going fragmentation, but just on the contrary, to enlarge the opportunity for everyone to use this tool.
Yuri.
Yes, in support of Liana, that it's not subject for question balkanization separately. Imagine the big library, the biggest library in the world, and context on your mother languages, but title not on your mother languages, not in the mother language scripts. Okay, for Cyrillic, the content of any book on the Cyrillic, but title in the Latin.
Chinese.
The Chinese content and title on the Latin.
Yes.
It's
Thank
not a question about Balkanization. No. Balkanization of internet is a myth. It's a big myth.
Thanks. Okay, do we have any questions from the crowd? Jean-Jacques?
Thank you. Just a very quick point in addition to all this, because I think to me what's great about the internet is that it's quite the opposite of fragmentation. And I think the internet is it's a unique tool which is at the same time something that embodies globalization and something which can allow local identities to exist and even be reinforced. It marries the global and the local. That's the opportunity we have with things like the IDN, with the efforts that I've heard lots of people mention here about promoting the creation of local content. Actually, we have a chance to have this tool that's both something that brings us all together all over the world, but at the same time that keeps us together as local communities. And that's something we should cherish and nurture and empower more.
Thank you. Jacques.
Hi, I'm Rosie from Romania. How local can we go? I have a group of friends. We have a secret alphabet. Can I get a domain name for that?
If you want to go into details, those secret alphabet, this secret alphabet is not part of Unicode, so you cannot go there. Anything else? Panos?
Sorry for taking the microphone for the third time, but I want to say something. Next time you will be moderator, right? No, you do a great job, and I could not compare myself to you, but thank you. The thing that I want to say something now is that we all have a device like this. We all have computers of different operational systems, different manufacturers, and they use a lot of applications. These applications, they're not only browsers or email applications, there are a lot of applications. And many people now, they use this instead of computers. So it is a crucial issue for the IDNs. You mentioned at the beginning the story about the Unicode, the Unicode, the update of the Unicode. Somehow, I'm not familiar with this kind of procedure. The updated information, the updated protocols agreed by every interested party, by everybody, should be applied to these also devices and their applications. Because I can see many times Greek here look like little squares. So how can I use the Greek if I cannot have the right Greek stored in the background of the developer of the application? Thank you very much.
Thanks. Do we have anything from remote moderation? Nothing. So, Alexander, is it you? Yes, you're a rapporteur.
Okay. I think this was most interactive session. Correct me if I'm wrong. This session was imagined as it was announced in SEEDIG wiki page as two-part session. First was announced as a quick beginner's guide to DNS and IDNs. We got 4 or more experiences about the process of launching of CCTLD IDNs with exchange of experience and best practices. This would be the first bullet point, and if you all agree, silence will mean consent. Thank you. The second bullet point would be there was a question raised. Do we need IDNs? My conclusion, and I would ask for your help here, would be that IDNs are a valuable tool in preserving national, cultural, and linguistic specifics and diversity, but not to divide internet users, but to bring them all together in a way of bringing internet closest to variety of users. Again?
Panos.
Identities first. Yes. Yeah. So IDNs, valuable tools or tool in preserving national, cultural, and linguistic specific identity. Thank you. And diversity. Any comment? Thank you.
Maybe just to add, unity in diversity, which is not my thought. I borrowed it.
Yes, yes, we can add that. Yes, of course.
Next. There is no. No next. Okay.
No next.
From the remote moderator. So, what is the question?
No, he wants to talk. I think we should talk. Let's try to connect him.
Okay.
Hello?
The audio out is on.
Hi, Alexander. Can you hear us? Just unmute yourself and say what you want to ask.
Friends which been present here.
Excuse me, Alexander. Alexander, wait a minute. Could you please? We weren't able to hear you. Can you please start again? Thank you very much.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to say hello to my friends and colleagues from IGN Industry from Ukraine. A great speech, and also would like to draw attention to other colleagues from our neighbors, just maybe to develop issues raised by Ukrainian colleague, that we do need to unite our forces to draw attention of multinational companies, ICANN, IETF, to push vendors develop software for IDN space of internet. It is a very difficult issue. We just started about half a year ago mailing with experts of IETF dealing with Unicode issues and email internationalization. There will be an event at Prague in 2 months, and these issues could be discussed there. Also, I am not sure if anyone is planning to visit it, but definitely work of IDN, it's partly political and users issue, and half of this issue is devoted to internet engineers. We need to push these guys to develop software to make it possible, firstly, working with email in internationalized emails. And this panel could bring some reference, some request, or some attempt to unite experts from ICANN and from vendors and internet engineers. Thank you. We need to just to consider some advice for the community.
Thank you, Alexander. Do you hear me? So I will, as a moderator, give myself to answer this. These technical questions, they are already at ICANN desk. So ICANN was formed one working group, special working group. They call it Universal Acceptance Steering Group. You can join there. Part of the problems that we mentioned earlier with IDN emails and everything else will be solved with this group. If you want details, I don't want to bother anymore. If you want details about that, you can ask me after this session, because I'm co-chair of this IDN thing, so ask me whatever you want. Thanks. It's the end. I will introduce my colleague from organizing team, Aida. We will go immediately into wrap-up session.
Okay, so first of all, give yourself all a round of applause to you. Thank you for applauding me. Harder, you deserved it, come on. Okay. So, yeah, it's been a long day, and thank you everybody for being active actually the whole day. I've been to several IG events, and everybody's kind of keeping it for themselves or their own stakeholder group. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of you maybe forgot what was happening through the day, so we will first have our wrap-up sessions. So I will ask you just for a little bit of your patience and ask our rapporteurs to please step in. So Roxana, if you could please. Yes, I will take your photo.
Thank you very much. There is edited version of wrap-up of the first session. Internet governance can be understood as a process of dialogue, collaboration and cooperation. It's about collective efforts of understanding the different interests and learning to work together towards ensuring an open, global, reliable, trustworthy internet shaped by the multi-stakeholder community. Any objections?
I think they are approving by being silent.
I do not need to wait.
No.
Okay. Internet governance is more about principles than a clear definition. Multi-stakeholderism, bottom-up, openness, inclusiveness, collaboration, transparency, equal footing for all stakeholders. To be involved in global internet governance process, it is necessary to learn, to have a stake and to have a say, to ensure that all actors are able to contribute, but within their own roles and responsibilities. Participation from the Southern Eastern Europe in the global internet governance processes is increasing, and we need to keep this trend going while strengthening the linkages between the realities in the region and the international work on shaping the future of internet. Consolidate awareness raising, engage actors in capacity building initiatives, bring internet governance to them in their own languages to empower them to become active participants in the internet governance ecosystem are some ways forward.
Thank you, Oksana. Anna, could you please? What would we do without phones?
Yeah, so yeah, I actually have it in my notebook, not a smartphone, but I think it's better this way. Oops. Okay, so we have from the session 2 this morning 4 messages approved. 5th one is unclear, so let me read it out. First, on global level, we need to come up with the minimum standards or safeguards for guaranteeing a balanced multi-stakeholder model on internet governance, or to say it short, we need checks and balances for people to trust multi-stakeholder model. Passed. Second, stakeholders do not have to know every bit of details of how policies or laws are made, but decision lawmakers should, and it's crucial for multi-stakeholder model to spend more time on consultation with stakeholders. Also passed. Third, for multi-stakeholder model, it's not necessary inside a entity to have laws or have an official permission from the government to have this model implemented in their organization or entity. Passed. 4. The extent of the government involving in different multi-stakeholder model needs to be discussed. Unclear. I wouldn't say it's not passed. I think it was more vague. I would prefer it to have again voted, but I think it's not possible for now. So let me move to the last one. Not only government should become more active in internet governance, but every involved stakeholders, academia, civil society, etc., should become more active. Having said that and done, digital skills and awareness of internet governance should be developed and raised. Passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Valentina?
Thank you. The main ideas from the human rights session were that human rights apply online as well as offline, but we need to shift the discussion from the theoretical sphere into the practical one. At the same time, we need to take into consideration the online protection of all human rights, not just privacy and access to information. Well, thank you. The lack of awareness over internet users' rights can be observed in all sectors. Therefore, we need to consider human rights compliance guidelines for all actors, industry, government, and users. Jurisdiction represents an important element for human rights enforcement. States as well as business should have efficient and comprehensive mechanisms for human rights redress. Human rights compliance might have a snowball effect in the private sector. If some big companies adopt appropriate human rights-oriented conduct, they might set certain market requirements. And considering all these aspects, more focus should be awarded to finding modalities for connecting the theoretical approach with the practical realities, for example, through effective implementation and application of the law. Thank you.
Alexander?
Thank you. Unlike the other reporters, I had only one major topic, that was IDNs. What are they? Do we need them? And I think the general conclusion, now redrafted, it still needs editor's digest, but I think it would be IDNs, valuable tool in preserving national identity, cultural and linguistic specifics, and diversity. All this in unity, but we'll see, we'll redraft it. That would be it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will give you a few more information, but before that, just to invite you to visit our wiki, which is, let me not make a mistake, EuroDIGwiki.org, where you can find more information on processes, and you can also get involved more for the future. You can, well, basically what we're trying to do is to have it next year so we can create a two-way communication. So also I would like to thank the whole team. Lorena, would you please stand up? Bernard, and the rest of tech support. Oh, let me not forget, there was one very interesting wiki because someone was actually paying attention to gender balance in audience, and apparently there is 55% of women today in the audience, which again deserves an applause. So yeah, also we want to thank everybody who were involved and were contributing during these 8 or 9 months until today. And please let me call by name organizing committee. And I also, well, we also have a little presents for them. Ilya. So thank you for being an amazing host, for helping us not get lost around the city and know where to get the best food and etc. You're welcome. Liana, can you please read it?
Wow, I'm surprised. I love .hi. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, this is very famous sentence by Dusan that we've been hearing for freaking month. And special thanks goes to one person that today probably wouldn't happen if she wasn't. Yeah, money too. But she was also taking care of that. Serena, could you please come here and please give her huge applause. Okay, so sorry? Okay, Serena, can you? So one important, you're probably asking if we have drinks because we cannot wrap up this without drinks, right? So at 6:30, it's Vitosha. At 6, okay, at 6. It's Vitosha room, so we invited there. Sorry? Oh, yeah, okay, another important, sorry for forgetting this. Because today this happened, and at the IGF Internet Governance Forum Secretariat, they heard about it and they also supported it. They gave a special opportunity that they're doing with every other Internet Governance forums, national ones. So they are inviting fellows from Southeast Europe to apply in order to work with them for 6 or 9 months. So you can also visit that on our wiki. And do apply.
And Taida, don't forget that you also have a shirt.
Oh, okay.
It's for you.
Serena with dictator, sorry.
So the dictator is back. One final thing, we have a feedback form and we would like to kindly invite you to fill it in. We need to hear your feedback, your input on how to improve, what went well, what was not that good. So please go to the wiki and fill that in. And thank you all for being here. Maybe before, because after I'm not that sure you'll do it, but please. And again, thanks to the EuroDIG Secretariat, to UNICAR, to the Ministry, and to everyone here. Thanks a lot.